So the state is going to resume with the evidence. You may call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Lynn Ferguson to the stand.
Good morning. Welcome. Stop right there. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and take a seat here. Witness stand. Make yourself comfortable. And when you do get comfortable, if you just spell your name for the reporter, please.
Sure doesn't go up behind.
Could you just spell your name, please?
Lynn Ferguson, L-I-N-F-E-R-G-U-S-O-N.
All right. You might want to move the microphone back a little bit. There you go. Thank you. All right. You may proceed when you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Lynn Ferguson. Christian Ferguson's my brother, my older brother.
Lynn, I want to direct your attention back to the years of 2001, 2002, and 2003, okay?
Okay.
Specifically, I want to talk to you about interactions you had with Christian during that time.
Okay.
Do you know somebody by the name of Dawan Ferguson?
I do.
And who is that person to you?
I call him my sperm donor.
Do you see Dawan Ferguson in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and describe what he is wearing?
I can't see that far, but it looks like he's wearing either a black or a dark navy blue kind of suit jacket and some kind of blue tie over a white shirt with glasses.
Your Honor, I would ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Dawan Ferguson.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. And Christian Ferguson was your brother, correct?
He is my brother, yes.
At some point, did you live on St. Vincent with Dawan Ferguson and your brother Christian?
Yes.
And then at a later point, did you live on Sylvan Place with your brother Christian?
Yes.
When you lived at Sylvan Place, where was your bedroom?
Closest to the front door with a window that overlooked the front.
Did you share that room with anybody?
Yes.
Who?
Christian.
Who else had bedrooms on the first floor?
Everyone except, well, I'll say Tia and Deshonda.
Did they each have their own rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And then was there a bathroom on that first floor as well?
Yes.
And then did Dawan and Monica live in the basement?
Yes.
What year were you born?
1994.
And when was Christian born, if you know?
1993.
Do you guys have birthdays that are close in time to each other?
Yes.
And what month would that be?
October.
So you were younger than Christian?
Almost.
Can you describe to the jury what Christian's physical appearance was like after he had suffered his coma in 2001?
For most of my memory, he was very, very thin, extremely, to the point at which you could see the notches in his spine. You could see his pelvic bones. You could see his bones basically through his skin. He was very skinny.
Do you remember a time in your childhood where you would be able to play with Christian?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
Would that have been before he had his coma in 2001?
Yes.
And describe what you and Christian would do or how you would play.
We watch Pinky and the Brain. We play Rugrats through the CD-ROM on the computer, or through the computer. Things like that.
Could Christian walk and move around?
Yeah, he's more active than me.
But all of that changed after January of 2001, correct?
I don't recall the dates. I was so young.
Do you remember when Christian was in the hospital for a long period of time?
I do remember that happening.
Do you remember how long he was in the hospital?
No.
Would you describe it as a short amount of time or a long amount of time?
A long
Weeks,
amount of time.
months?
To a child, I guess it would seem as though it was months.
When Christian was in the home on Sylvan Place, where would he be all the time?
Tied up to the bed in our room.
And what do you mean by tied up to the bed? Can you describe that to the jury?
Yeah, there was a comforter that was usually tied around his torso, around his abdomen area, and it was tied with a knot behind the bars of the bunk bed that was at times split apart. So he could not get away from that bed or from that cross-legged position.
So at one point, did you guys have bunk beds then? Am I following along correctly?
Yes.
And then at some point, did they become two separate beds in the room?
Yes.
And at the time that Christian was reported missing by Dawan, were they separated?
At the time, at what time?
When Christian was reported missing by Dawan, were the beds separated?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how Christian would be tied up to the bed. Was there anything that you remember in your childhood during this time period where Christian would be left alone at the house?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
There was one situation we left the house, and it was dark outside, and I remember all of the lights were out in the house. They were turned off. It's dark in the house, and I even remember asking, is Christian still in there? And we went to the Renaissance Hotel, which I called, I think, the Black Hotel back then. And I remember it vividly because we ate burnt burgers. Yeah, we were just supposed to be having fun while he was at the house, to my knowledge, strapped to the bed in the dark.
Were there any other adults that were left with him?
No, not that I know of.
At some point during this time period with Christian, there were nurses that would come and take care of him from time to time.
Yes.
But in the evenings and over the weekends, there were no nurses in the
Objection
house.
leading.
Hold on a second. Yeah, sustain. Just restate your question, please.
Would nurses be in the house in the evenings?
I don't recall when the nurses would be there.
Would you have to feed Christian at times?
The only time I remember trying to feed him, I would say no. I would say no. The only time that I remember trying to feed him was the night of June 10th, June 11th, 2003 or so.
Would you ever try to clean him up?
Yes, I had to.
And why would you have to?
Because no one else did it. We lived in squalor. I
And
bathed him.
how was Christian's appearance when you felt like you had to clean him?
I mean, he was disheveled. He was usually wearing nothing but a diaper that was soiled, and I would do the best of my ability to change those. And at certain points, put clothes on him, but at other points, I guess I just figured that it wasn't even something that was necessary since he was in the same situation day in and day out.
And how old were you at this time?
I had to be like 7, 6, and then even 8 years old.
You mentioned earlier to the jury that you could see Christian's bones, essentially, correct?
Mm-hmm.
During the springtime leading into summer of 2003, did you notice a difference in Christian's physical appearance?
Again, time frames escape me because I was a child and I didn't really have a concept of time that I do now. But I remember for the majority of the time that he was mentally disabled to the extent that he was after the coma, that he just looked completely the same. I mean, just like horribly skinny. I remember even his face looked a little contorted, a little different than it used to be, you know. He almost looked like everything physically was changed about him because of what happened.
Lynn, I want to talk to you about the day of June 10th leading into the next morning of June 11th. Now, you were a child at that time, correct?
Yes.
And did you share a bedroom with Christian at that time?
Yes.
Did Christian have a G button or a feeding tube?
He usually did.
On June 10th, during the day, was Christian's feeding tube in him?
No.
When did you notice it was missing?
When I first noticed him.
And tell the jury about that.
I mean, I don't know where I came from that day. I don't know why it was the first time I was seeing him, because this is from so long ago, but I do remember vividly coming into the room and seeing him. There was dried blood next to where his G-tube was supposed to be. It's like a drop. And his G-tube was, of course, missing. And I looked around for it, couldn't find it, desperately looking for it because my child mind thought that there was something wrong. And
Did you tell anyone?
yes,
Who'd you tell?
Monica,
What, if anything, did Monica say?
that you already knew.
Let's talk about how Christian appeared on that day, the day that his G-tube was missing. Was there anything unusual about Christian's physical appearance or demeanor?
Yeah, he was moaning, he was groaning the entire day. Seemed that he was in immense pain.
Was there anything unusual about his eyes?
Honestly, don't recall.
This moaning, this groaning, what you described as immense pain, did that continue from the day to the night?
Yes.
And in the middle of the night, were you in the same bedroom as Christian Ferguson?
Yes.
Did anyone come into your room that night?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury about that?
Dawan came in with Monica, took Christian into the other room. It was known as the TV room. And you could only see a sliver of my room. I don't think they knew that I was awake. And seemed that a struggle ensued. I heard...
Now, you could not see into the room, correct?
yes, that's correct.
So, can you describe what you heard that makes you think that it was some sort of a struggle?
Well, his moaning and groaning got more intense, it seemed. Then, all of a sudden, it stopped after some kind of struggle. I don't know what those noises were exactly, but it seemed like a struggle of some kind, and then it just stopped.
And then what happened after the moaning stopped?
I feel like I heard a whimper from Monica, and then later on, I don't know how much later, he was brought back into the room. Monica, I remember, was standing in the doorway, kind of crying, looking at him, and he didn't seem like he was doing it. He clearly wasn't doing anything he was doing before. If I look back on that memory, it seems that he was gone at that point, no longer living. But because he wasn't, I couldn't hear him breathing. I couldn't see him moving. He wasn't moaning and groaning anymore. But as a child, I don't think I really understood that.
At any point after Dawan put Christian back in that bed, did anyone enter the room again that night?
Yes.
Who?
I know Dawan came in and took Christian and a comforter and took Christian out to the car.
Was it dark outside?
It was still dark.
Did you see your brother Christian again after that?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge.
You may, yes.
Good morning. So, Lynn, the last time you actually spoke with Dawan, you were about 11 or 12, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. And you have no relationship with Dawan?
That's correct.
And at the age of 14, you went into foster care?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. May we approach?
You may. So the objection is sustained. You may ask your next question, please.
Thank you. Lynn, let's go back to June 10 into June 11th of 2003, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You definitely saw Christian live on June 10th of 2003.
Is that a question?
Yes.
What's the question?
You definitely saw Christian alive on June 10th of 2003.
Sorry, it's just worded weirdly. I'm sorry, what was the date?
June 10th of 2003.
Yes.
And before Christian went missing, you were a happy kid.
Definitely not.
No? Okay. So your testimony here today is that you were not a happy kid before Christian went missing?
Yes, that would be my testimony.
After Christian had his coma in 2001, there were home health care workers in the house Monday through Friday.
So it keeps sounding like you're stating something to me. Could you ask that again?
After the coma in 2001, Christian's coma, there were home health care workers in the house Monday through Friday.
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that you don't know if you had home health care workers in the house?
At that specific time period that you're stating, no, I don't know anything about that.
But you lived with Christian, correct?
Yes.
And the home health care workers would give Christian food and medicine.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation at this point. She's already made it clear she doesn't know anything about the nurses. Asking her a series of questions about what they did would then just be speculation.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Dawan would give Christian his food and medicine, correct?
I never saw it that I can recall.
So your testimony here today is that you never saw your give Christian food and medication.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. When your dad was home from work at night, he would give Christian food and medication.
I don't recall that happening, to my knowledge, no.
So you're saying you did not see your father give Christian food and medication?
No, I rarely
hold
saw
on a
him.
sec. Hold on, man.
Asked and answered.
Yeah, the objection is sustained. I think the jury has heard the question, heard the responses. Let's move to the next topic, please.
Christian would eat by his mouth, and he also ate by his G button, correct?
I don't recall seeing him being fed, so I couldn't answer that for you.
So, again, your testimony here today is that you did not see Christian get fed?
Yes, my testimony is that I did not see him be fed, or given medication by Dawan Ferguson.
Okay. And Christian was an active child and would get into things he get into, right?
At what point?
At the house with you.
No, I'm saying at what time period? Because, I mean, he was active before the coma, but after that, no, he wasn't.
Okay, so you're saying after the coma, your testimony is he was not an active kid that would get into things?
My testimony is that he was not active after the coma.
Okay. And Christian would sometimes pull his G button out.
I've never seen that.
Okay, so your testimony again here today is that you've never seen Christian pull his G button out.
That is my testimony.
Okay. And your brother Christian had pica, where he would put items in his mouth, food, correct?
He did put things in his mouth that were not food after the coma.
Okay. For example, he would pull off his diapers and eat his diapers.
I do believe so. He also, I do believe so.
Okay. Now, in July of 2018, you went to the police with a new statement, correct?
A new statement?
You went to the police and gave a statement.
I did go to the police.
Okay. And this is a different statement that you've never told anyone else before.
How so?
Well, your statement here today is that your brother was in another room. You heard struggling and moaning and then a whimper, correct?
Yes.
And that's the statement that you told the police in July of 2018.
It sounds to be so.
Okay. And you talked to the police multiple times in 2003, correct?
I don't recall.
So, in June 11th of 2003, you told the police that Dawan came into the room, picked up Christian, put him in a blanket, and took him out to the car.
I don't recall.
You didn't tell them anything about him taking into another room and doing something to him.
I don't recall.
In November of 2003, you talked to a special agent named Liza Ludovico. And you told her John came into the room, picked up Christian, put him in a blanket, and took him out into the car. You didn't tell her anything about taking him into another room and doing something to him.
I don't even know who that is, so I couldn't say that I recall.
You agree that those statements are different than the one that you gave the police in July of 2018.
I wouldn't actually. It seems that they're exactly the same, save for additional information that you're claiming was not present in previous statements. So it sounds the same to me.
Now, back in 2018, the police didn't call you to get a statement. It was your idea to go to them.
I'm going to object. Are there questions here?
These are
I'm wondering the same.
Hold on a second. Hold on. So, Ms. Steele, you seem to be reading from something, and they're not really formed as questions. So, why don't you ask the witness questions? So, I'll sustain the objection. Rephrase your question and make it a question, okay?
In 2018, the police did not call you to get a statement from them, correct?
I wanted to give them a statement, if that's what you're asking. They didn't ask me to give them a statement.
Okay. So it was your idea to go to them, correct?
Yes.
And you said you did that because something clicked, correct?
When did I say that?
When you talked to the police in July of 2018?
Can I see something that reads that?
Before you went to the police in July of 2018, you told your mom that you were going to go give a statement to the police, correct?
Could you reword the question? And is this, are we leaving the last question about something clicking?
Yes, I moved to another question.
Okay, so can you restate that one?
When you went to the police in July of 2018, you told your mother you were going down to do a statement, correct?
Yes.
Now, in 2004, you were interviewed by a lady named Martha Finnegan for a Children's Advocacy Center interview.
I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Okay. And back in 2003, you had a lot of conversations with your mom in regards to Christian's disappearance, correct?
Yes, I'm sure we did.
And your mom would audio record those conversations with her, correct?
I do recall a few conversations being recorded.
And sometimes at the conversations, I believe your mom's then husband, Victor Thomas, was present for some of those conversations, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. But Dawan was not present at those conversations, right?
I don't recall, but I don't believe so.
Okay. And your grandparents were not present at those conversations, right? Dawan's parents.
Oh, no, I don't recall. I don't believe so.
And
Tim, is somebody's phone going off? Or? Okay. You may continue.
thank you. In those conversations with your mom that was audio recorded, your mom would often ask you if you could see Christian's bones, correct?
I don't recall that. I do recall divulging that information, though.
And as I stated, yourself and your mom had several conversations in 2003 over a span of, correct?
Time would have escaped me as a child, so I can't say I recall the time period.
So your testimony here today is that Dawan was not taking good care of Christian, correct?
Yes.
But you told your mom in 2003 that Dawan was actually taking good care of him
When?
in 2003 in
Where?
the audio conversation.
In a who conversation?
In one of the conversations with your mom that she recorded.
I don't recall that.
So your testimony is you don't recall telling your mother that.
Yes, that would be my testimony.
Okay. And your testimony here today was that Christian G button wasn't in when you left for school
When?
on June 10th of 2003, that day.
I don't know where I was going or where I was from, whence I was coming. I just know that his G-tube was missing.
Okay. Your testimony here today is also that Dawan used to tie Christian up to the bed, correct?
Yes.
Well, you told your mom in 2003 that they actually don't tie him up to a bed, correct?
And where is that?
In the audio conversation with your mother.
Again, I don't recall that being the case.
Today, your testimony here was that Christian never had clothes on, correct?
I didn't say that. He never had clothes on.
Okay. Your further testimony here today was that when you told Monica that Christian's G button was missing, that the response was, I know.
I already know.
But in those conversations with your mom in 2003, you told her, when you told Monica that the G button was missing, she said she didn't know.
I don't recall any of that.
Your testimony here today also is that Dawan and Monica did not give Christian food and medicine, correct?
Can you restate that?
Yes. Your testimony here today has been that Dawan and Monica did not give Christian food and medicine, correct?
No, my that I did not see.
You
Didn't
didn't.
give him medicine or food. And I actually did not say anything about Monica in that regard, but I'll go ahead and include that as well.
Okay. Your testimony today on direct was that Christian was taken into another room and there were no more sounds and you heard a whimper and you thought that he was gone, correct?
If you can consolidate it into that kind of a statement, I mean, yeah, I mean, those things happened.
But you told your mom in 2003 that they took him into another room, brought him back, and he was still moaning in his sleep.
I said earlier that my testimony had no inclusion of that other room.
I don't.
I recall.
You never told your mom in these conversations that Dawan took Christian into another room and did something to him.
Yes, that again.
You never told your mom in these conversations that Dawan took Christian into the next room and did something to him.
That would seem to be false, what you're saying.
So you're saying you did tell your mom that?
Yeah, I told my mother that something happened to Christian.
You told your mom that he was taken into another room and killed?
Well, I didn't even say that to you, so I don't know where you're getting that from.
You're saying you told your mom that Dawan took Christian into another room and did something to him that involved struggling and moaning noises? Okay. Judge, permission to enter Defendant's Exhibit 1.
I think you all need to approach. thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. You may proceed as we've discussed on the side here.
Thank you, Judge. One moment. Okay, Ms. Ferguson, you okay?
I just burped.
Oh, okay. As I had stated earlier, you remember having audio recorded conversations with your mom back in 2003, correct?
I do remember audio recorded conversation.
With your mom?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And I have a transcript recording of one of the conversations that you had with your mother.
Mm.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, and you mean a transcript of the recording?
Of the
correct?
recording, yes.
Yeah, you may approach and show, give a copy of the transcript to the witness, please. Ms. Schlesinger, the state agrees that this is an accurate transcript of, for the purposes of this examination, of the phone call or conversations that occurred between Mom and Connor Ferguson, correct? All right, thank you. So
Thank you.
why don't you direct the witness's attention to certain page and line numbers and ask your question.
So the pages are front and back. If you could go to page 3. And go down to line numbers 20 through 25.
Uh-huh.
So I had asked you earlier that your testimony today was that Dawan was not taking good care of
Hold
Christian.
on a second.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again improper. We discussed this at the sidebar. She's to read the specific lines and then ask yes or no.
Okay.
You've already asked the question, so go ahead now and ask the witness if this is, if you read this accurately. So, ma'am, if you'll, the counsel's going to read from the transcript. If you would read along, and she's going to ask you to confirm or deny whether she read it accurately at the end, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. So your mom had said, let me tell you something, let me tell you something. You need to do all that you can to let me know anything that you will. Do you about do know about Christian? Okay. How was your daddy taking care of Christian? Your answer was good. And then on the next page, your mom said he was. I mean, well, then why did you tell me about? And then you said, better than before. And then she said, oh, better than before? Okay. And your answer was real good.
And,
that-
ma'am, did counsel read that correctly?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I also want to draw your attention to page 15. And it is line through 17.
Okay.
So your mom had said, so they keep him in that bed all the time. How do they keep him in? Do they tie? How do they keep him? And you responded, no, they don't tie him. They let him roam free in his bed, but there's a little hole, and he doesn't know how to. Sometimes he knows how to get out of the hole, but sometimes he doesn't. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then I'm going to draw your attention to page 19. And it is lines 17 through 18. Oh, I'm sorry, 15. Down. Your mom asked, did you tell anybody the G button was out? And you responded, I told Monica, and she said that she didn't know, and then it ends with mom, she. Did I read that correctly?
That's a weird way to end it. Yes.
You can go ahead and take the transcript back.
One moment, sorry, Judge.
It's fine.
Your testimony here today has also been that Christian was very thin, could see notches in his pelvic bones through his skin.
That's not exactly how I worded it, but yeah. You could see notches in his spine, and you could see his pelvic bones.
I had asked you earlier that about a conversation you had with Special Agent Liza Ludovico, and that would have been in November of 2003. And I believe you said you didn't remember that lady.
I don't recall that woman or the conversation.
Okay.
Spoken to many people throughout my life.
Do you recall ever speaking to a FBI agent in regards to your missing?
No, I don't.
Okay. So is your testimony here today is that you've told other law enforcement agencies that you could see Christian's notches and pelvic bones?
I don't know what I've told other law enforcement agencies.
So your testimony here today also is that you were left home alone.
When did I say that?
Or that, I'm sorry, Christian was left home alone.
Yes.
You never told your mom that in the recordings in 2003.
Again, I'm going to object. This is improper impeachment. She's asking about things that don't exist. Therefore, this witness can't properly be impeached.
Judge,
The prior statement.
It is impeachment. This is testimony that she gave here today.
It is not impeachment. There's been nothing in evidence where that demonstrates this witness did not tell mother something.
Yeah, because I've told her plenty of things.
Hold on a second. You've not established that, okay? So we have the answer. If you have something later which contradicts that answer, then we'll talk about it then. But the witness has answered the question, so we'll just proceed. So the objection sustained.
On the morning that Christian went missing, back on June 11th of 2003, police officers came to the house on Sylvan, correct?
I believe so. I know there were a lot of people there.
Okay. And you spoke with the police officers that morning,
I spoke with the people in my living room or in the TV room.
okay, which were police officers.
I mean, as a child, I didn't know who they were. So, I mean.
And you spoke with them when they came to the house that morning. Okay.
Yeah.
And you did not tell the police officers about your brother having an appearance of skin and bones and pelvic bone showing,
Your
correct?
Honor, I'm going to object again. One, counsel's testifying. There's been no questions. And two, we just discussed this. She's asking her about absence of evidence.
The objection sustained. Next question, please.
When you spoke with the officers at the house that morning, you did not tell them, well, I'll rephrase it. Did you tell officers that morning that you heard a struggle in the other room and then you heard nothing else?
I don't recall what I told officers, as I stated before. I recall what seared into my brain that night.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Ferguson, You were approximately 8 to 9 years old when all of those conversations defense counsel just asked you about took place.
Yes, I was.
Do you remember every conversation you had with every person about your brother Christian during those years?
I certainly don't.
Did you talk to lots of people about what happened?
I almost feel like lots is an understatement.
Miss Steele just showed you a couple clips from an audio recording with you and your mother, and you read those and acknowledged those statements. Very briefly, was there a reason why you would tell your mother that Christian was being cared for and fed by his father at that time?
The same reason that I told DFS on many occasions what he wanted me to tell them, because I was being abused.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any, Ime? right, so you ready to go? So it's my understanding you did have one more question to ask.
And yes, it is a clarifying question. Lynn, I'm talking about at the time when you were talking to your mother, when we are talking about at that point about concerns or fears, you are not talking about the defendant, Dawan Ferguson, correct?
I'm sorry, could you restate that?
When you were having those conversations with your mother after Christian was reported missing,
Which were recorded.
which were recorded, yes.
Okay.
And we're talking about you had and why you said those things to your mother at that time. You were not talking about the defendant, Dawan Ferguson, correct?
Regarding those concerns?
At the time after Christian was reported missing.
Yeah, I was talking about him.
All right, okay. Any other questions?
No.
All right, thank you. You may take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we take an early lunch break? Get you back as soon as we can. It's now 11:20. Why don't you all plan on coming back at 12:25, please? I'll try to get you out as quick as possible. All right, the court again reminds you of what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others or permit anyone to discuss it in your hearing. You should not form or express any opinion about the case until it's finally given to you to decide. Don't do any research or investigation on your own. Don't communicate with others about the case by any means. Do not review or listen to radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial, and keep those news alerts disabled, please. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. See you back at 12:25 in the jury deliberation room.
All rise for the jury.
About the state's, I think you were referencing the state's supplemental motion in limine. And do you have that in front of you or available? Number 3 in particular, I think might be what you were talking about, or would that? All right, well, number 3, it said the state requests, I'm going to paraphrase, that defendant be precluded from introducing into evidence any mention or reference to allegations of abuse made by individuals involved in this case that do not deal directly with the defendant. So what the state was seeking was, because it goes on to say, the state anticipates that defendant will seek to introduce into evidence testimony that
You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with Five on Your Side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past experience, people that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son. You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with Five on Your Side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past experience, people that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son. You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with 5 on your side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past experience, people that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son. You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with 5 on your side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past.
You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with 5 on your side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past experience. People that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son. You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with 5 on back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
I said my past experience, people that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son.
Dreaming of a new home? Let's compare your way there. Before you buy, NerdWallet helps you easily compare rates and find the smartest mortgage for you. Use our regularly updated lists to compare cashback cards that reward you for furnishing your new space. And our pros and cons help you compare and find the best financial products for you, all in one place. Compare your way there. Find the smartest financial products for you on NerdWallet.
Well, it's that season, construction season. Road construction signs are popping up all over the St. Louis metro, and you will be encountering many of them in North County.
I hate this season, by the way. Alex Fees takes another look at how MoDOT's I-270 North Corridor project will change some of your major interchanges along an 8-mile
Thank you. All right, so we are still in the state's case. So, Ms. Schlesinger or Ms. Bailey-Smith, do you have a witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Martha Finnegan to the stand.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Ms. Finnegan. Come on up. How are you today? Welcome. If you would just stand there, right? You do solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. So take a seat and feel comfortable. You will need to address that microphone and sign. If you would just spell your last name for the reporter, please.
My last name is Finnegan, F-I-N-N-E-G-A-N.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Martha Finnegan.
And how are you employed?
I work for the FBI.
What is it that you do for the FBI?
I am a supervisory child and adolescent forensic interviewer.
Can you tell the jury what a forensic interviewer is?
Sure. A forensic interviewer is a person that interviews child and adolescent victims or witnesses about things that may have happened to them or things that they have witnessed that have happened to other people.
When you conduct one of these child interviews, where do you conduct them at?
Can be various locations, but usually at a child advocacy center.
Can you explain to the jury what a child advocacy center is?
Sure. Child Advocacy Center is a place that is set up specifically for forensic interviews of children. It's a place where the child can be interviewed by the interviewer, but other members of what we call the multidisciplinary team that need to view the interview can do so from another room. And that would include the police officer or detective, child protection if they need to be involved. Sometimes the prosecutor is there, so other people that need to view, and that way everyone can get their questions answered at the same time by the child, but through the interviewer, so not all different people are asking the child questions at the same time.
And when you're conducting this interview, you talked about these members of the multidisciplinary team. They're in another room. Can the child see those people?
They cannot see the people, but they hold that people are watching the interview because we don't have any secrets from the child.
Can you describe what these interview rooms look like?
Sure. They're pretty basic. We don't have much in them. Usually there's a couple of chairs and maybe a table, and that's about it. Maybe some artwork on the walls, and we keep it very neutral.
Can you describe the training, education, and experience you have to be a forensic interviewer?
Sure. So what I personally had is before I ever was allowed into a room to interview a child, I had to go through multiple weeks of training where I learned about different things such as child development, suggestibility, and what types of questions to ask, linguistics, all types of various things to do with the disclosure process and how children disclose about different things such as abuse. So various things that I would go through to learn about all those different things. And then before I would ever go into a room with an actual child, I did practice interviews for a number of months, and I also watched other seasoned interviewers conduct interviews for a number of months before I actually did my own interviews.
And where did you first begin working as a forensic interviewer?
At the Child Advocacy Center in San Diego, California, which was part of Children's Hospital.
And you might have said this earlier, but approximately how long have you been a child forensic interviewer?
Let's see, since about 1998 or 99. That's for a while.
At some point, did you begin working for the FBI?
Yes.
When did that occur?
In 2001.
And then can you describe what a forensic interviewer does or assists with the FBI?
So at the FBI, our team of forensic interviewers, there are approximately 20 of us. We work alongside the agents to conduct interviews of child victims and witnesses as needed. So when we have a case that involves a child, anyone under the age of 18 that needs to be interviewed, we're called upon to conduct those interviews due to our specialization in our skill in that area. We also interview adults also, sometimes due to their cognitive ability, if they are cognitive delayed, but also adults that have no delays but just may have experienced some type of trauma due to what happened to them. We may be called upon to interview them also.
When you conduct a forensic interview with a child, do you follow any sort of protocol or practice?
Yes, we follow a research-based protocol. It's a phase-based protocol. We go through various steps with the child. That every step of it has been research-based.
And is this protocol, is it structured or semi-structured or something else?
It's semi-structured.
And can you explain to the jury what it means to be a semi-structured protocol?
Sure. So we have phases that we follow when we conduct the interview. However, we're dealing with a child. So when they come into the interview, they may start at a certain point of the interview that may fall into a middle phase for us, and that's okay. That's where they're ready to start. That's where we'll start. And so we can adjust our interview to where that child is at.
How many phases are in the FBI's forensic interview protocol?
7.
Can you list those 7 for the jury?
Sure. Would you like me to list them and describe them, or just list them?
List them, and then we will take them each at once.
Okay. Rapport is the first stage, and establishing guidelines, and a practice interview is the third stage, and introducing the topic, and then free narrative, question and clarification, and closure.
So you talked about the first phase, rapport. What does that mean?
Yes. So during rapport, we are talking to the child about neutral topics to help them feel more comfortable in the environment that they are in. But during that time, as the interviewer, I'm also assessing what their cognitive ability is, if they have any delays, anything such as that, so that I'll know as I go into my interview how I should be phrasing questions, or if I should be phrasing them in a certain way, depending on the ability of that particular child.
What is the second phase?
Second phase is establishing the ground rules or guidelines.
And then the third phase?
Third phase is conducting a practice interview.
What does that mean?
That is an optional phase in our protocol, and that means that you ask the child to sequence an event, go from beginning to end of a neutral, non-abusive event. Basically, it lets you as the interviewer know that that child can sequence things in order. I tend to do that as part of my rapport building, so it's sort of meshed into those 2 phases are sort of meshed together for me.
What is the next phase of the protocol?
Okay. The fourth one?
Yes.
After that? Okay. So guidelines, practice interview, and then we go into introducing the topic.
Is this a simple or complex approach?
To introduce the topic?
Yes.
Very simple. Okay.
You can keep going.
Okay. Introducing the topic means that we just ask the child if they know how come they are there today to talk to us. And some kids, most of the kids will know. Some kids don't know, and if they don't know, we're going to try to focus them on a particular topic so that they can start talking about how come they're there.
And then after you introduce that topic, do you move on to the next phase?
Yes.
And can you describe that next phase to the jury?
Sure. The next phase is the free narrative phase, and that's when we ask the child to go from beginning to end, give a sequence of what happened. Some kids can give a long narrative that can go on for a while. Some kids can only give a sentence or 2, depending on their age, depending on what happened, depending on trauma. So it just depends. And once they do that, then we can move on to the next phase.
Do you mind telling the jury about the next phase?
Sure. The next phase is question and clarification. So once they give that free narrative, then we go back and we ask them about what they talked about in their free narrative, and we get the legally relevant information. We're clarifying their statement. So asking about who, what, when. We're making sure that we understand what they told us.
Do you move into a closing phase?
Yes. So closure is when we've asked all the questions that we can think of, we've taken a break, and we've talked to our team that's watching, make sure everyone has questions answered, and then we try to close out the interview by talking about a neutral topic to the child. So if there has been any anxiety in the interview, we want to make sure that they're leaving that interview space feeling okay.
Are you familiar with the term process of disclosure?
Yes.
Can you explain what that means to the jury?
Sure. So there's the process of disclosure means that kids do disclose in a process about something that has happened. It's not a one-time event. So it's very normal for kids to disclose more information over time.
During this process, in your experience, do children sometimes talk about part of it and then a different part at a different time?
Yes.
Do they always talk about the entirety of it every single time, or is that unusual?
That can be unusual. Yes.
So, in other words, it's common for children to leave out portions?
Yes.
When children are talking about something they've experienced, whether or not they're a victim or a witness, does the environment in which they are questioned matter?
Yes.
And why?
Okay. The environment can matter because if you have a child in a stressful environment, that can impact how they're responding to the questions. You know, whether it's the actual physical environment itself, whether there's, it's the interviewer, the types of questions, how many people are in the room, all those things play into how the child is able to answer the questions in an accurate manner.
In your experience, does the person that's conducting the questioning or talking with the child, could that by itself have an impact on what all a child says to them?
Yes.
More formal people like law enforcement could have an impact on a child's statements.
Yes.
Nerves, things like that.
Yes.
Is one of the purposes of the Child Advocacy Center to create a safe and comfortable environment for a child?
Yes.
When you're conducting one of these interviews, are you seeking a particular disclosure, or are you just trying to provide a safe place for a child to speak?
Just a safe place. Actually, my job is to be a neutral fact finder. I'm not going in assuming that anything happened or that a child witnessed anything in particular. I just want to go in and gather their statements, and that is solely my job, to gather those statements.
Can you describe to the jury the difference between script memory and episodic memory, if you know?
Sure. So episodic memory is when a person will describe in detail to you about something that happened. They're able to give you a lot of detail in that memory. Script memory is more when they talk in general terms about something that happened. They'll oftentimes use words such as often or always or sometimes, but it's not as detailed. So a lot of times as an interviewer, if someone is using those kind of words in my interview, I want to try to focus them and see if they can give a more detailed response.
Have you ever heard of a term, source monitoring, or something similar to that effect?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that mean to you?
Okay, so source monitoring is when you want to, if a person or a child is giving us a particular statement, you want to make sure of how they know that statement. Is it something they themselves experienced, or is it because someone told them that information, or they heard it from somewhere else? So you oftentimes will hear interviewers say, tell me how you know that. Is that because you saw that happen, or is that because someone told you that happened? Something such as that.
Going back briefly to kind of that whole process of disclosure and memory, have you ever heard the term blocks before?
Yes.
What are blocks?
Okay. Blocks are when there are certain reasons why children or teenagers may not feel comfortable disclosing information at a certain point in the disclosure process.
I want to direct your attention back, well, before I do that, going back to that process of disclosure, can that last for days, months, and years?
Yes.
And in your experience as a forensic interviewer with your training, is it common for children to expand on things as they reach an older age?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury why?
Yes. Different reasons, but one reason is, well, it can be different reasons. One, sometimes it's because they're out of the environment where maybe they weren't comfortable talking about what happened before. It could be that they are at an older developmental stage and they now have words to put with what happened. It could be that if someone was telling them not to talk before, they are, now that person's out of their life. It could be all different various types of reasons why someone might at a later age now be giving more information.
Thank you. I want to direct your attention back to May of 2004.
Yes.
Were you employed with the FBI at that time?
Yes.
And were you employed as a forensic interviewer at that time?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to interview a child who, at the time, was referred to as Connor Ferguson?
Yes.
And was that on May 22nd of 2004?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the video recording of that interview?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. Are all of these child forensic interviews recorded in some manner?
Yes.
And is the child typically made aware that it's being recorded?
Yes.
Okay. And like you said earlier, you guys don't have any secrets from the children. They know about who's watching, they know it's being recorded, and they know who you are, right?
Yes.
But you said earlier that you don't have a particular goal?
Right.
Okay. When you interviewed then Connor Ferguson, that was placed onto a VHS?
Yes.
And it has since been digitized, correct?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review over that video?
Yes.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. I'm showing the witness what is marked as State's Exhibit 10. What is State's Exhibit 10?
That is a copy of the digitized interview.
And as you stated earlier, that video is a very accurate depiction of the interview that took place between you and at the time then Connor Ferguson on May 22nd of 2004, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move for the admission of State's Exhibit, and I'm sorry, I said 10, it's 100. State's Exhibit 100.
Thank you. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Seeing no objection, State's Exhibit 100 shall be admitted in evidence, and do you wish to publish?
I do, Your Honor, and I also have provided a copy of the transcript for the court and the jury, which is labeled State's Exhibit 100A, and I have a prepared instruction for the court.
All right. Please bring the instruction. Tim, can you help pass out those for me, please? And also, what is the running time of the video?
I don't know it off the top of my head. I have an answer for sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, State's Exhibit 100, the video recording of the alleged conversation between CF and Martha Finnegan has been admitted in evidence and will now be played for you. A transcript of the video recording is being provide it to you to read as you listen to the video recording. This transcript is not evidence and is being provided to you to assist you in following the video recording. You are instructed, however, that the video recording and not the transcript is the evidence. Should there be any discrepancies between the video recording and the transcript, you are to be guided by what you hear on the video recording. What was the runtime?
It says an hour and 47 minutes. There are some dead times that I plan to fast forward through that, but roughly about an hour and 30.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this video is about an hour and 30 minutes long. At some midpoint, I'll ask Mr. Schlesinger to stop the video, and we'll take a stretch break at that time, okay? All right, thank you. You may
You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with Five on Your Side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past experience, people that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kid in charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son. You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with Five on Your Side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past experience, people that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son. You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with Five on Your Side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past experience, people that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son. You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with Five on Your Side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past experience, people that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son. You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with Five on Your Side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past experience, people that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son. You're looking at early images of little Christian Ferguson, his parents speaking with Five on Your Side back in 1995, explaining their son's rare condition that required special attention to the foods he ate and how much of it. This is 7 years before little Christian disappeared. Flash forward to June 2022.
I don't know where my child is.
The boy's father is standing trial for murder, although Christian's body hasn't been found. In day 2 of the trial, an investigating officer telling the court there was something strange about the father's claim.
Said my past experience, people that steal a car want a ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge.
When Christian disappeared in 2003, he couldn't walk or talk due to his deteriorating condition.
He did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Tuesday's testimony coming a day after a nurse told the court she would often show up to the home to find the 9-year-old in bad shape.
He would be dirty, smelly. Always happy to see me, though. Urine used to even be in his shoes.
Would there be urine in his bed as well?
Yes. But sometimes no sheets even on the bed.
The defense working to convince the jury Ferguson was a loving father who did all he could to care for his son.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. Court again reminds you what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss the case among yourselves with others or permit anyone to discuss in your hearing. Don't form or express any opinion about the case. Don't do any research or investigation. Don't communicate with others about the case. And remember, don't read, view, or listen to a newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet or television report of the trial. We'll get you back out here in about 15 minutes, okay? Thank you all. All rise for the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I kind of failed you today. I didn't tell you how long we were going this morning, so my wife will be mad at me because she always tells me to communicate with you all. So just don't tell her. We hope to stop about 5. The state has 2 witnesses today to call, and, roughly it should be about an hour or so, right? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I should have told you that earlier. I apologize. All right. So with that in mind, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, I believe this.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's right. I was just talking with you.
It's okay.
Now, 2 things my wife's going to be mad at. So, that's right. Ms. Finnegan's on the stand. So, were you finished with your direct examination?
I am, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
All right. I'm glad that you all were paying attention. It was a test. Ms. Steele, you have questions? Yes. You're welcome. I apologize. Ms. Finnegan?
It's going okay.
Been a long day. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So a bit earlier before we watched the video, you were speaking on direct about some of the rules per se that you talk with the child about the interview process.
Yes.
Okay. And as we saw with speaking with Connor, you went over the rules per se.
Yes.
Right? And a few of them were like, ask the question, don't know the answer. It's okay to say you don't know.
Yes.
Or we don't remember. You can say that as well.
Yes.
Okay. Because you don't want them to guess at your questions.
Correct.
Right. And you also went over the difference between a truth and a lie.
Yes.
As well. And as you had stated, this isn't trying to pinpoint a suspect or individual. This is just gathering information.
Correct.
Okay. And you had also pointed out that when you have these interviews, you do let the child know or let them be aware that some people are watching the interview, correct?
Yes.
Even though they're not present in the room, they still know someone's observing the questioning.
Yes.
Okay. And with your training and experience that you went over in direct, you're trained in how to question a child because, in essence, you don't want to create a false statement or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And you don't want to exert pressure on the child to give an answer if they don't know.
Correct.
Okay. And it looks like you talked a lot or were trying to get back to any events that you noticed or saw the night of June 10th or morning of June 11th of 2003, correct?
Yes.
And there were some points where you got confused as well about when certain times someone went in another room or who was present, things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. A few things, though, that were not that confusing. There was talk about taking care of Christian in the house, correct?
Yes.
And I believe he had stated he would see Christian get fed about 3 to 4 times a day through the G button.
Yes.
Okay. And I know that you had wondered out loud in that interview as to maybe why Christian was so skinny.
Yes.
And Connor had said it maybe had something to do with his disorder.
Yes.
The response, not because of getting lack of food or anything like that, was not his response.
Correct.
And he also had made mention about medications that he had seen maybe in a cabinet and some sort of milk.
Yes.
And you had asked then Connor, who did he see take care of Christian when the nurses stopped coming? And I believe he said it was his father. Is that right? Or his dad was the word he used.
I believe, and he said he himself also took
Yes,
care of him.
himself and his dad, yeah. Now, throughout the conversation, then Connor would sometimes make mention to things that his mom had said to him, maybe in conversations about various things, not necessarily just that night of June 10th, June 11th, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I believe also in the very beginning, it was stated that his mom knew he was coming to the interview.
Yes.
And when covering the events of June 10th into June 11th of 2003, he had stated that, I guess at one point he went and told Monica Christian was moaning, and then later told Monica the G button was missing, to that effect.
Yes.
And I believe he had said that he was laying in the bed and had seen Dawan come in and give him his meds, so he was, I guess, pretending to be asleep.
Yes, he said he wasn't truly asleep.
Yeah.
Because he saw it happen.
And then Christian was moaning, and then Dawan took him out of the room at one point. I guess the first point took him out of the room. And it's unclear maybe which room he may have gone to, whether it's the kitchen or the living room.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, came back into the bedroom and laid down for a while.
You're looking at early images.
Correct.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object at this point. The video itself is in evidence. That is the best evidence of the conversation that took place. Asking her to comment on it at this point is just cumulative, and asking her to comment on the credibility of another witness, so it's also invading the province of the jury.
Response?
I'm not having her comment on anything. I'm just going through a few items that were said in the interview.
Well, I do agree with the state that the video does speak for itself. The jury saw about an hour and 35, 40-minute video. We all did. And I think it speaks for itself. Now, if you have some questions of the witness as to how she inquired of the child, that's fine. But just keep asking about, did it say this or say that? I think the jury knows what it said or didn't say. So I'll sustain the objection. You may ask your next question.
Okay. In the conversation with then Connor in regards to the events and the night into the morning hours, June 10th, June 11th of 2003, at no point in that conversation with him, whether on the video or outside of the video, did Connor mention anything about hearing a struggle or commotion in the other room?
Your Honor, it is going to be the exact same objection I just made.
Right, and I'll sustain the objection. You may ask your next question.
I don't have anything further then.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Finnegan, I did not forget about you this time. So you are free to go. Thank you, ma'am. Safe
Thank
travels
you.
back home.
Thank you.
And I apologize. All right, now you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls DeShonda Linwood.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome. You would just stop right about there and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I thank you. Go ahead and take a seat here. So comfortable. And once you get seated, if you would spell your name for the report. Thank you.
H-O-N-D-A, Linwood, I-N-W-O-O-D.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Deshonda Linwood.
Hold on one second, ma'am. Could you pull that microphone a little closer and speak up a little for us? That's good. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That's better. Ms. Linwood, do you know somebody by the name Dawan Ferguson?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
I lived with him. That was my stepfather.
And who is your mother?
Monica.
And at some point, did you reside at 3720 Sylvan Place?
Yes, sir.
Did Christian Ferguson at one point live in that house with you?
Yes, sir.
I want to direct your attention back to the year 2003. In the first half of that year, was Christian Ferguson living in that house with you?
Yes.
Can you please describe Christian's appearance during that time period?
Around that time, before I met him in previous times, he seemed to look a little bit, I guess, skinnier or whatnot. Our complexion would be a bit different.
So you said he was getting skinnier. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, sir.
And did you say something about his complexion?
Yes, sir.
Was his complexion changing in some way?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe it to the jury?
As if, like, if you're not exposed to sunlight, then it may tend to get a bit lighter.
I want to direct your attention specifically to the months of March, April, May, leading into June.
Okay.
During that time period in 2003, did you notice a change in Christian's physical appearances?
Yes, sir.
And you had mentioned earlier that he had been getting skinnier. Did you notice that change during that time period?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall around when Christian was reported missing by his father, Dawan?
Could you rephrase that?
Do you remember approximately when Christian was reported missing by his father?
Do I know when?
Yes.
No, sir.
Does the date June 11th, 2003 sound about right?
Yes, sir.
In the weeks preceding that reported disappearance, you mentioned a moment ago that Christian was getting skinnier. Can you describe how skinny he was?
You could, like, see protrusions within the arms, where mostly the elbow points, things like that.
And when you say protrusions, are you referring to his bones?
Yes.
And you indicated that you could see the points of his elbows?
Yes.
Where would Christian typically be in the Sylvan house?
In the bedroom, sharing it with, at the time, Connor.
And was there ever any unique smell in that bedroom?
At times, yes.
How would Christian be positioned in his bed?
Mostly in a laying down state.
Was he at any point confined to that room or to his bed?
When you mean confined, as if, could you explain that a little bit more? I'm sorry.
Would he ever be tied to his bed?
Objection leading.
Yeah, that'll be sustained.
Would you see Christian often?
No.
Why not?
Mostly would be in the room.
How old were you approximately in 2003?
In 2003, that would be 14, 15.
Early teenage years, safe to say?
Yes, sir.
If you had to describe the manner in which Christian was treated by Dawan and Monica, how would you describe it?
Objection relevant.
It's absolutely relevant. It goes to the nature of the offense, Your Honor.
Yeah, that'll be overruled. You may answer. Do you need the question repeated?
Yes, sir.
Please repeat the question.
If you had to, how would you describe the manner in which Dawan and Monica would treat Christian in the home?
It wasn't a manner of, I guess, per se, treating. That someone was just left in the room and that was it.
Did it remind you of anything?
In a way that he was treated, being with the severity of whatever type of illness that he had, and he was a special needs child, that it's just they just left him there as if they didn't want to be bothered with him or not take care of him at all. It's just, I just didn't understand it, so.
Let's talk specifically about the night of June 10th leading into the early morning hours of June 11th, that date that he had been reported missing, okay?
Okay.
Did you get up at all in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Do you remember if it was light outside or dark outside?
Dark outside.
Do you know approximately when this was?
The time?
Yes.
I'm not sure of exactly the time, but I would say around the 2 or 3 in the morning.
Do you know why you got up?
Used the restroom.
Did you notice anything when you left the restroom?
Yeah, when I went to the restroom, I came out and noticed that no one was coming out of the boys' room.
And was there anything unusual about what you observed?
At the time, no.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed?
I saw him carrying someone. At the time, I could not see because they were covered up in a blanket. I asked in the reflective, saying what's going on. He said, go back to sleep. Then I just went back to sleep. Because at the time, when you're waking up at that time, you're just focused on just going to the restroom, go back to sleep or whatnot. So it was kind of just in and out of sleep.
So just so I heard you correctly, you saw Dawan Ferguson carrying someone from Christian and then Connor's bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe specifically what you observed him holding?
Holding them in a cradle type of position. Like I said, covered in a blanket, a blue blanket. But again, I couldn't see anything else.
Could you see anyone's head?
No, I saw the silhouette as if like you're wearing a hoodie and you see the shape, but no face or anything.
So, based on what you said, like if someone was wearing a hoodie backwards?
Yes.
So the face was completely covered?
Yes.
And Dawan Ferguson told you to go back to bed?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor?
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, please.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Now, when you had first moved in with Dawan, was that the house on St. Vincent or was it Sylvan?
St. Vincent.
St. Vincent, okay. Food and medication?
Yes.
Okay. And Christian had the G tube in his stomach to get the food and medication. The G button, sorry.
When I first seen him. When I first met
You done yet?
contact with him.
It's 2 a.m. Why are you still scrolling through videos? You're not paying me overtime here. If you really want to see something new, why not change those shades that have been broken for the past 2 years? Let's tap the Thumbtack app, and in a matter of seconds, we'll find a pro to install.
When you had seen Christian up into his disappearance, he was starting to look skinnier, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in the morning of June 11th of 2003, law enforcement officers came to the home on Sylvan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe it was Detective Harry Howe and Detective Dyson that came to the home that morning, 2 officers, correct?
I don't recall their names.
Okay, but remember 2 officers coming?
Yes.
Okay. And that is indeed closer in time then than it is today when you saw those officers, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And the officers spoke with you that morning about Christian's disappearance, correct?
Yeah.
And you did not tell them that Christian had gotten skinnier or looked skinnier?
They didn't ask that, ma'am.
And also in October of 2003, you spoke with Special Agent Liza Ludovico as well, correct?
Yes, I spoke with an officer, but again, I don't recall names of the officers.
It was a lady, and she came to your school and spoke with you.
Yes.
Okay. And again, that was in 2003, so closer in time then than it is today, correct?
Yes.
And she asked you questions in regards to Christian and his disappearance, correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell her that he was looking skinnier than normal.
Correct.
In those same interviews, as you said, your testimony here today is that Christian's complexion was different. And in the interview with Special Agent Liza Ludovico, you did not tell her that Christian's complexion was different.
No, because the majority of the questions that every officer that I interviewed with was pertaining to if I knew something, as if I knew where he was, and if I knew of the act of him disappearing.
And as well, your testimony here today was that Christian was typically in the room all the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could speak up and maybe get a little closer to the microphone, please. Thank you.
And again, in the interview with Special Agent Liza Ludovico back in 2003, you did not tell her that Christian was typically in the bedroom all the time.
Correct.
Your testimony here today was that you did not see Christian very often, correct?
Yes.
And again, you had your interview with Special Agent Liza Ludovico back in 2003, correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell her that you did not see Christian often and he was left in a room.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point to improper impeachment. We discussed this earlier. She's asking about statements that don't exist.
This is impeachment, Judge. We can sidebar.
Let's approach, please. All right, thank you. All right, sorry for the delay. Thank you for your patience. Are you ready to go, Rick? You may continue, Ms. Steele.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Linwood, your testimony on direct, you had said that when you had woke up, I think the morning of June 11th of 2003, the AM hours, that you saw Mr. Ferguson as you were coming out of the bathroom. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you tell any law enforcement officials that you saw Mr. Ferguson when you left the bathroom that morning?
Did I tell any law enforcement officers that I seen? That's what you're saying?
You did not.
No, I think she's asking you to clarify the question.
Oh.
Yes. The officers that I talked to that first came to the scene, or any other officers. That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Oh, the officer later, the special agent I had mentioned. Did you tell that to her?
That visited me at my school?
Yes.
Yes.
You did tell her that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell that law enforcement officer, the same one that went to your school, that you saw what looked like, Dawan carrying what looked like a person in a blanket?
Yes, I mean, not verbatim, I mean, I explained it that way, but yes.
Okay. And what about the law enforcement officers that came to your house that morning? Did you tell them anything about seeing Dawan that morning, or him carrying a blanket, or person in a blanket?
I do not recall.
So you don't remember if you did?
No, I don't recall.
But does that mean you don't remember if you did?
Yes, I don't remember. Okay. I don't recall.
I don't have anything further.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Witness may step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you. All right, you may call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Ruth Todd Coleman.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Hello. How are you? Welcome. Could you just stop there and raise your right hand? I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. Go ahead and take a seat up here. Get really comfortable. When you do sit down, please just spell your name for the court. Okay?
R-U-T-H. Last name Coleman, C-O-L-E-M-A-N.
All right. So, ma'am, if you could just scoot up so you speak loudly into the microphone for us, okay?
Okay.
Hey, do you need some water or anything? All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Coleman.
Can everyone hear her okay? Thank you. Ms. Coleman, Thank you for being here today. Do you know somebody by the name of Dawan Ferguson?
Yes,
How did you meet Dawan Ferguson?
I was his kid's teacher.
At some point after you were his children's teacher, did you become a nanny for the Ferguson house?
Yes,
Do you know approximately when that was?
shortly after I was their teacher, I moved in to be their nanny.
And
Hold on 1 second, ma'am. Can you scoot a little closer or pull it down? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. Shortly after I moved, I was their nanny. Shortly after I was their teacher.
so I'm following right, you were their teacher and then you became a nanny?
Yes,
And how is it that you became the Ferguson kids' nanny?
he asked me to.
He asked you to.
Yes,
And when you say he, are you referring to Dawan Ferguson?
yes,
Were you a nanny that would work part-time, full-time, or something else?
full time.
Would it be something where you would go to the house, or did you live in the house?
I was a living.
All right. Where were you a live-in nanny with the Ferguson household?
What do you mean?
Do you know what street this was on?
St. Vincent.
And was that in St. Louis City?
Yes.
If you can remember, do you remember the years, roughly?
No.
Early 2000s?
Yeah.
Late 90s, early 2000s?
Mm-hmm.
Who were the kids that you would nanny for?
Connor and Christian.
At any point, did the relationship between you and the defendant go beyond that of a live-in nanny?
Objection relevance.
Your Honor, we discussed this pretrial. It goes to explain the subsequent conversations between the two of them.
Yeah, that'll be overruled, and you may answer the question.
Yes.
Did you become his girlfriend?
Yes.
And was that while you lived in the house?
Yes.
At some point, did you stop being the Ferguson?
I was the nanny / girlfriend.
Okay. At some point, did you move out of the St. Vincent house and stop taking care of the children?
Yes.
I want to flash forward a couple years after that had happened. Did you keep in contact with Dawan Ferguson kind of off and on during that whole time period?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn about Christian Ferguson being reported missing by his father?
Yes.
And subsequent to learning about that, did you have a conversation with Dawan Ferguson about it?
Yes.
Did you ask him what had happened?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
You know me, I had to do what I had to do.
When he said, "You know me, I did what I had to do," did you ask any further questions as to what that meant?
I just looked at him.
You looked down?
Mm-hmm.
Did he say anything else about it?
No.
Did you attend any sort of prayer vigils or search parties looking for Christian Ferguson?
Yes.
Did the defendant, Dawan Ferguson, have anything to say to you about that?
I shouldn't go.
He told you not to attend them?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank
Now, when you were the nanny, Christian was the first citrullemia child you worked with.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew Christian before he had his coma in 2001.
Yes.
And when you took care of Christian at the daycare, he could walk and talk and eat by mouth.
Yes.
And when you became the live-in nanny, Dawan educated you about the disease.
Yes.
Ms. Steele, can you talk more into the microphone? We have trouble hearing you. Thank you.
And you were the live-in nanny for about a year or over a year?
About a year.
Okay. And with you being the nanny, Dawan would order and pick up the meds?
Yes.
And when you were there living in the house as the live-in nanny / girlfriend, as you said, you would be able to observe Christian and Dawan together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Christian would be happy to see Dawan.
Yes.
And you were not concerned that Christian wasn't getting proper care.
Objection, Your Honor. Invades the province of the jury.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection, but you can ask a different one.
Were you at that time, a mandated reporter?
What?
A mandated reporter?
No.
Okay. When you spoke with Dawan, when he made this statement about, I did what I had to do, you were wearing a wire for the FBI, correct?
Your Honor, objection, may we approach?
You may. right, so the objection's overruled. Why don't you ask the question again?
Okay.
Please.
Thank you. You met up with an FBI agent. I believe her name is Special Agent Liza Ludovico, correct?
I don't remember her name.
Do you remember working with a FBI agent?
Yes.
Okay. And she asked you to wear a wire and meet up with Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay. And you met up with him to see if you can get him to talk about Christian.
Yes.
And obviously, you didn't tell him you're recording.
No.
And as you had stated on direct at that time, you still had some contact with Dawan off and on.
Yes.
Okay. And you claimed that Dawan said in that conversation, I did what I had to do.
Yes.
Correct. And Dawan did not tell you what that meant.
No.
And you met with him again and wore a wire another time.
Yes.
Right? And the FBI wanted you to do that again.
Yes.
And again, you tried to get him to talk about Christian and to say something potentially incriminating, correct?
Yes.
And despite your efforts,
Your Honor, objection as to subsequent conversations or self-serving hearsay.
Well, I don't know where the question was going. I'm going to overrule the objection for now. Finish your question.
okay,
Or state your question.
yes. Efforts, he did not say anything incriminating at that time.
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my objection and ask that it be stricken.
Yeah, that objection is sustained. So, ladies and gentlemen, you'll disregard, please, the question as well as the answer. Both will be stricken from the record. You may continue.
Thank you. And that second time you met up with him, he did not know you were recording him.
Correct.
Okay. And still someone you would talk to from time to time, right?
Yes.
Okay. I believe at the time, were you still intimate off and on?
Yes.
Okay. Even after you did those wires for the FBI to go talk to Dawan, you still would talk to him after that, correct?
Yes.
And that was to check up on him?
Yes.
And that's something that you did on your own?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the relationship that you had with Dawan when you were the nanny girlfriend, like you said, you ended that relationship, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not end the relationship because of Christian, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Matter of fact, you still wanted to Christian outside of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Christian did not get in the way of your relationship with Dawan, correct?
No.
Now, you just said on direct something about don't pray vigil. When you spoke with that FBI agent, did you tell her at any time that Dawan said don't go to a prayer vigil?
I don't recall. I don't know.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
A witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. All right, so I think this is a good breaking point for the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for your service today, and thank you for your patience with all of us. The court again reminds you what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others or permit anyone to discuss it in your hearing. You should not form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally given to you to decide. Don't do any research or investigation on your own. Others about the case, and remember, do not read, view, or listen to any newspaper, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. And before you even get on the elevator, those alerts are disabled. All right, great. You all have a good evening. Thanks again. Be safe.